Hello guys, hopefully my microphone isn't being absolutely terrible. Been testing it a few times already before I started. Been a long time since I last streamed a couple of months ago. And I don't need that tab open. Really confusing seeing myself on my own channel, on my own screen. Hopefully everybody's doing okay in here. Yeah, been meaning to get into plastic model kit building for years. I've got an old Apache kit in my cupboard. AH-64 AH-64D Apache helicopter, military helicopter. 40 years ago, never got round to building it. Never got round to buying the tools for it. It was just a very impulse purchase at the time, but I've always had fairly medium interest in plastic model kits. Seen GunPla for ages. When you go to this place like the Forbidden Planet and all the geek shops and all that sort of stuff, and really thought pretty cool. Never thought I'd really have the skills for it, or maybe the money for it. I think more skills and confidence than anything else is what's lacking. Picked up a kit for myself the other day, a couple of weeks ago. My door suddenly opening by itself. 2 seconds. There we go. Picked up a kit for myself, my first ever. It's just an entry grade. And why am I using my headset? I'm not used to using my headset in my normal streams for to hear my game audio. I don't even need it because I don't have game audio today. Whoop. Right. So yes, it's an entry grade kit that I picked up. That's the most basic of basic kits that Gundam does. Some people will argue that it's down to experience how easy or intro level a kit is. But yeah, I figured, you know what, start at the start. I've got zero modelling skills, plastic modelling skills, or otherwise. So yeah, didn't want to ruin a good kit by chucking 30, 40, 50 quid, whatever, on a really nice kit and then going, shit, I've did something completely wrong because of a lack of abilities. And yeah, that's pretty much that. Got a whole load of new tools as well. Try to get the best I could afford within my budget without going overboard. Because for one thing, yeah, snippers for clipping the plastic parts off the sprue. There is a pair that's well known called God Hand, and those things cost about 40 to 50 quid for a pair. Granted, it's the only pair that you'll ever need, but yeah, 40 or 50 quid for a hobby that you're just starting out in, it might not really continue with. And for an entry grade kit that it doesn't matter too much if you mess things up, why the hell would you spend 50 quid on a pair of clippers? But yeah, that's that side of things. Life in general, been going fairly smoothly. Doing 2 karate classes a week at the moment. Although technically it's free because there's a third one that we do on a Saturday. We do Mondays and Thursdays. Mondays a regular class. Thursday's a regular class, but there tends to be a few more younger people there as opposed to the Monday night sessions. Saturday morning today, I do my karate grading, pre-grading classes. Just gets us tuned up and refined a bit, ready for the actual grading in a month's time. And you know what, I've just realised I'm not sure if I've set my bloody well category ever since I was testing before on Twitch. I'd best update my category, otherwise nobody's going to be interested in finding me. They're just going to be, yeah, he's streaming, there's no category. Boring. Manager, did I remember to update? I think I didn't. Yes, I did not. Mini some models, that's the only category that I could find that seems to apply to this. Maybe that'll start bringing some more people in. Doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it's just a nice little extra if anybody's watching. And I'm half intending it for it to be suitable for YouTube upload as well. So yeah, it's all good. What else have we got? Oh yes, picked up a new second-hand mountain bike recently. 150 quid for a bike that normally goes for about 435 quid brand new. That's running pretty damn smoothly. Absolutely fantastic condition. You wouldn't believe the state of it was absolutely amazing. You'd think it was just straight off the showroom floor. The tyres were absolutely immaculate. Not a tiny bit of dirt on anywhere. No hairline scratches. No pinprick scratches. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. Okay, tell lie. One slight thing that I did find is the front brake discs. It's got hydraulic brakes. The front brake, absolute. That's not being picked up on my microphone. There's a loud car outside. The front brake disc absolutely screams at you when you press the brake lever down. And I'm not sure if that's just because it's got a worn out disc pad or whether it's oil on it or whatever. I've looked up a few places, asked Gemini, and they suggested clean the disc with alcohol, rubbing alcohol, which I've done. A few other bits and bobs, and absolutely nothing seems to fix it. But yeah, I'll have to put that in for maintenance at some point, see if I can get that sorted out.
Excellent!
Oh, thank you for that. Didn't realise I still had my sound alerts pumping through my main speakers, so that's obviously gotten picked up on my microphone. Sorry about that. Yes, thank you for the follow, Vim1234. Really appreciate it. So what else was there to get caught up on my bike? I've went over that. I was just saying, welcome to the hobby, and hope I enjoyed it. I hope so too. I have very little confidence, I'm not going to lie in it, so that's why I went with an entry grade. I'll actually show that kit off now, because I haven't got around to showing it off. It's just what the fan community, I believe, refers to as GunPla. It's an entry grade RX-78-2 classic. I had to go with the iconic Gundam from 0079 series, the original 1979 series. At the start, entry grade, because I've got no confidence in my skills. Never built any other plastic model kits before, let alone GunPla, so yeah. I guess might as well start getting around to sorting out other bits and pieces. I will move my camera down for a second so that you can see what I'm doing while I'm chatting away. Just move my wireless keyboard out of the way so I can reach it. Yoink. I haven't got a double camera setup, unfortunately, so it is where it is. Big box of stuff that I've picked up. Don't necessarily need all of it. Originally picked up some God-hand sand and sponges, and I only picked up the one, and that's plastic crack ones you get going, no more getting out. I'm fully expecting that. I've invested fairly heavily because I'm quite convinced that I will find it quite an addictive hobby, and I will stick with it. So yeah. Yeah, picked up sand and sponges originally, and I got the lower grade, I think these ones were 600 to 1000s. Didn't think I would need the higher grades, so I didn't bother buying any. And then I realised, oh, Amazon's giving me a free trial on Prime, so I might as well save a little bit of money and get the slightly more expensive set, because the free delivery basically made it a lot cheaper. So I picked myself up DSPI. I keep on instinctively holding up my stuff to the camera because it's always pointing upwards. It's the first stream that I've done with my camera pointing down over. DSPI sanding sticks. Just, yeah, normal grades there. More or less the same as what the God Hand ones cover, but that's that. I also picked up some Tamiya Fin Cement, but I made a mistake and bought the normal one first instead of the quick setting, as I think quick setting is supposed to be the slightly better option. Let me zoom this in a bit so that you can see details on my camera a little bit better. I don't know if that's picking up all that well. It's just an Elgato face cam, so it's not amazing quality for picking up all the little tiny details and whatnot just yet. Quite a lot of noise on the camera, I noticed. So then I went and reordered the Tamiya Extra Fin Quick Setting, which is probably the one that I'll be using, the quick setting. Maybe that's a mistake, maybe not, I don't know. First time doing model kit building, so we'll see whether or not that turns out to be a wise choice or not. We have a Alpha cutting knife. Went on to Google, searched around, Reddit suggests that Alpha knives are pretty good, so that's what I picked up. That is also, as it happens, the model of cutting mat that I've got. It's by Alpha. I was tempted to go with DSPIAE, but apparently everywhere that I looked seemed to charge a lot more than what the Alpha brand was, so we went with Alpha. That's why we went with that one. And got myself some Tamiya cutters, just the basic double-bladed ones. As I understand, the single-bladed ones are a lot better for reducing plastic stress on the components. I have done quite a bit of research before starting to see what is what. and I'm aware my audio probably dipped out a bit there. My microphone's a bit bloody rubbish at the minute. I've got a Yeti, but I'm sure that the age of it's starting to let it down. My boom arm doesn't hold in place like it used to, so that doesn't exactly help at the best of times nowadays. So yes, I guess I will just get my OBS back on screen so that I can get an idea that you guys are actually seeing the correct sort of things. No, I need to zoom that out a little bit, otherwise you're not going to see much. Let me see, where is my zoom levels? That should be a bit better there. Right, one pair of snips. Blade. Am I just going to be able to tear this open, or is it one of these horrible things where it's plastic backed and I'm going to need to get my other knife out to get my knife out? Alright, I will. That's that opened up. Oh, great. And it's still not quite fully opened. Don't just love it when you need a knife to open a knife. Hang on, let's get good old-fashioned Stanley, Swiss Army knife. Where the hell's my brain at? Let me see. That's the scissors. Where is my knife attachment on this? Oh, that's the scissors again. Come on, Bigsy. I've forgotten where the hell my knife is on this tool. Let's bottle open it. Ah, there's the little knife that I'm looking for. Ah. Alright, let's just... Okay, apparently this blade is pretty blunt just as well. This isn't the one that we're actually going to be using for working on the model with. Just get this open. Alright. Come on. It's been a bloody bit of a toughie to get out. There we go. Now again, completely inexperienced. Not entirely sure what that fine nib end is for. Maybe somebody can tell me, but I'm not too sure what that nib end is actually for. And looks like we have a box of blades to go along with it. And bearing in mind, I am absolutely clueless yet, so plastic cap comes off. How do I get this blade box open? Oops. Okay, I was expecting to be one huge pack of blades. It's actually a load of individually wrapped ones, which makes a lot more sense. Question is, how do these fit in here? I'm assuming we unlock the tip. If I'm planning on going HG, recommend which from Mercury kits, Ariel, Caliban, Lefrith, etc. I've heard that a lot of the Witch from Mercury ones are really good sets going forward. I've just started the anime recently and finished the 0079 series. So for now, I'm actually sticking with sets of mobile suits I've actually seen. Let's see, how does this go in? I should have really looked at the instructions first before I just started tearing into the back of the pack. I really shouldn't, because now I'm a little bit clueless out as to how these fit in. Right, can we... Oh, there we've got my pack open. Well, there's actually two blades to a pack. I thought there was only going to be one blade to a pack. Yes, me saying they're individually wrapped, but apparently they're not. They're two to a pack. Oh no, actually there's multiple to a pack. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5 to a pack. Okay, that's quite a lot of use those pointy hobby knife back ends, so just that would make sense. That would make sense. That's more or less what I was thinking that might have been for. Just caught me off guard a little bit. Now here is... Move some of those blades out of the way somewhere where I'm not going to lose them. Obviously, we don't need all 5 of them. We can only put one blade into one handle. Alright, let's see. How does this... Assuming it goes that way, or does it... There's a little slot at the top. I don't know how clear it is, and I'm assuming that lines up with the blade itself, and then how do I actually... This is... Oh, proving quite tricky. That moment when you realise that the tool that you bought is actually harder to use than the actual kit. Right. Let's see. Am I doing something really dumb here, the way that I'm approaching putting this in? I think I might be doing something completely wrong here, you know. I've completely unloosened the thing off the thing. I'm assuming maybe that needs to be a little bit tighter before I go ahead and try to put that in. Tighten that all the way back down and see if that... Okay, why does it not want to tighten all the way back down anymore? It hasn't got that many threads on it. I broke my tool already. Hmm. Okay. Maybe I should have went with a different craft knife. This has proven to be an absolute bugger. I'm going to have to look up a tutorial just to figure out how to put my bloody knife together. Right, let's have a look here. YouTube. Oh, so many wires on my desk off the camera, in the way of my mouse. Alpha knife assembly. Alpha blade change. That'll probably be the same as just there.
What's up everyone, Modern Melt here. In today's video, I'm going to show you how to change the blades on your auto lock and your ratchet lock open knives. So stay tuned and let's dive in.
Screen isn't set up correctly. Why is it not showing my screen for what I'm looking at? Let me see. Why are you not picking up my... Properties. Should be picking up. Why is it not picking up my video feed? That works. Oh, I can't seem to get a video feed of what I'm looking at on my camera, on my monitor for some reason. It's set to the correct monitor display. It's just there we go. I think we're getting a feed now. That's better.
All right, everyone. So here are your...
That's a different blade to the one that I'm using. That's not the same bloody...
ratchet lock.
Okay. Alpha art knife assembly. Bum, 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 bum. Quite a few options here. We'll try this first one. Look, just show me where you actually...
Will get the job done. Already know it.
Come on, just get to the pot.
You will simply insert the end of the blade into the closed edge on your art knife and twist the rubber handle to secure it in place. And
what I thought I was doing.
Once this blade is secure, it is not.
And more to the point, why is this little brass piece on mine not closing up?
Not only does it allow you to tighten
I feel like I'm missing a piece.
but it also has this anti-slip grip, which is perfect for...
This doesn't... It's not really focusing very well. Doesn't really want to tighten up. I don't know why that's not retightening. It was tight when I started. I've done something. Does that push back in? How the heck does this... I think I've broke my knife already somehow. What is this? I do not know why this... Doesn't want to go back together. Oh, wait, hang on. I see where it is. I see how it goes now. I think. No, I don't. That locks the blade back into place tight, but how does it attach to the rest of the handle again? I'm going to have to choose another video. Why is a knife so bloody complicated? I missed the important part there. We're skipping forwards. Feels like I did. Well, that's what I've been trying to do, but that little brass part on mine doesn't want to tighten up. What am I doing so badly wrong here? Well, this is a great start. Stopped at the first hurdle. Thankfully, once this is put together, it should be plain sailing, I would have thought. How does this... Okay, I'm mega confused. Alpha knife not tightening. Hope this isn't design flaw, because otherwise we're going to have huge problems. Complete. Take a look at the collet, the metal sleeve. Doesn't clean the threads. Feels like screwing. Okay, that doesn't seem to give me any idea why it won't. Whoa, why is Chrome freaking out? All I did was click one bloody result and now it won't stop. All weird. Okay. Right, we're back normal. Right, that's for a second. We are not getting much information as to why this has been such a pain in the backside to set up. I'm missing something really obvious here. I should have done this before starting the stream rather than during. No, that's how the blade locks in place, but it doesn't actually sit back onto the plastic handle properly. Or was it meant? No, it can't be meant to be that way, because then your blade's going to be just spinning around. What the fuck? Okay, Alpha, you are getting 0 out of 10 for ease of use. That's the video that I just watched, just on a different bloody channel. Da, da, da. Okay, that did not help at all, that result. I haven't just mistakenly bloody broke a piece off or lost a piece or something, have I? I bloody certainly hope not. This is a huge problem. Right, if we try just properly sit, assume it's meant to be seated like that. The blade in place, but I can't get it to look. What the hell? Oh, wait, hang on. I've figured it out. I have figured it out. That is a bit more complicated than I expected. Right, so I've got that sorted. Let's get back on to full cam. Woo! I've got to say, it sticks out way less than I thought it would, but maybe that is normal for it to be like that. And the reason why it wasn't screwing down for is because I was trying to screw it towards the blade end. Sorry, towards the plastic handle end. It's actually meant to screw back towards the part that holds the blade. That's why it wasn't tightening. I'm just a dumbass, apparently. Right, so that's my blade setup. We have our snips. Where is my camera feed? Let me see. Keyboard can go out the way for now. Got my snips. Got my blade. What else do I need here? I should probably put these other blades away in my box so that I don't lose them and stab myself. In there. Oh, yeah, return in there. Come on, sit in there. Now it's better. Right, and the left one out. Just get that one back in as well. Right, blade, snippers, anything else I'm forgetting? Box is empty, so I think that is more or less all I've got, and we can start in earnest after that nightmare of putting my craft knife together. GunPla helps if I have that handy, otherwise we're not going to get a very good bloody stream, are we? Oh, it's upside down for you guys. RX 78, entry grade. I know that their entry grades have a bit of a bad reputation, but as I was saying earlier, I've got basically zero experience of plastic model making in general, let alone GunPla, so start with the easiest available. Had to go over the iconic 78-2 because I have just recently finished watching the 0079 series, and what better place to start, I suppose. So we've got a couple of sprues, all nicely coloured, and I noticed the multicolour on each individual sprue. All you GunPla builders will probably already be familiar with that. I was vaguely familiar with it after I did a little bit of research before picking up the kit. Got my instructions here. We'll put this box just off to the side in case I need to put any bits of rubbish or whatnot in it in the meantime. Right, let's see, I'll put those sprues back in there for a moment. My god, this rating is really bloody, quite small compared to what I was expecting. Just as well, I downloaded a PDF version of it. I hope I've got the correct one, because I found out the Bandai apparently has them all on their website ready and waiting to be downloaded for people like me with terrible bloody eyesight. Right, where is number one? Let's zoom this in a smidge. Why can't I scroll there? Come on, scroll. Stupid mouse. Right, so A1. I'm assuming that's referring to the sprue A1. That one's my B's, B1, B4, B1, and I'm assuming B2, which is just out of sight on there somewhere. That seems to be A1 there. Right, and I should probably put my camera back on, and I'll put this manual onto the second screen so that I can actually have you guys see what I'm doing. Otherwise, it's not going to make for a particularly interesting stream for you guys. Why am I on the wrong output? There we go. Right, So just where the yellow is apparently a 1. Just bust this open. Oh, it's quite tough, that plastic. I'm afraid of pulling it apart too hard in case it just explodes everywhere and does damage to the internal sprues. Put that bag off to one side. So that is a 1, and I'm not sure what sprue this one is. This sprue is a 3 and a 4. Alright, put that one to the side as we won't need that long. Right. Instructions. Where did I put my instructions? Which screen? Have I got them on? There it is. These are really quite small to see. If I do this again, I should probably put a second source on my screen so that you can see exactly what it is I'm looking at. So looking at these, we have... These have numbers on them, these... Yes, they do. Just the lighting in here is absolutely terrible. Ow! Just bashed my finger off my chair. Right. That should help some actually decent lighting. My lord, the number print on these is so tiny for my terrible eyes. I'm going to have to invest in a magnifier or something if I continue with this hobby. So we want part number 1 of A1, and we want part 16 from A2. I'm going to get my phone so that I can zoom in on these sprue numbers a little bit, because they're really bloody hard for my tiny eyes to make out. My tiny eyes? I don't have tiny eyes. I have tiny, crappy vision. That's part 16. That is the A2 sprue. Alright. That would be this one here, I believe. Yes. So that's part number 2. Obviously, we've skipped part number 1, but that's not too drastic at the moment. Now, the question is, where does this part begin and the sprue end? That's the worrying part. I think that there, I hope. First cut. Slightly terrifying that I might have gotten something wrong. Hopefully not. There. Attached up here as well. Does that actually look like what we have in the image? That is the question. Not really. Not to my eyes, anyways. I do have the right manual up here, don't I? Because otherwise that would be absolutely really terrible. I've got the wrong manual. Why can't I scroll this? Entry grade. RX-782. Yes, definitely got the right manual up. Right. I'm definitely going to need magnifiers. These parts are so ridiculously tiny, it's almost impossible to tell if I'm looking at the correct PC or not. I'm nearly certain that I am, but well, where are you, little piece? Don't look anything like the part I've snipped off, I don't think. Fairly certainly you are the correct part. Put that one on the back burner for now. A1-1. Or at least that one is a lot easier to make out than the rest, and that one's a much more identifiable part compared to the other one. Come on, can't quite get you in too easily. Come on, Mike, ping. Right. So that is, I'm assuming, that is, yes, so I think this part comes off next. Right. Assuming that part there has to come off, because if I've got that angle correctly, that is the peg that slots into the little yellow piece, and then that peg down there slots into something else. So this little bit of extra sprue, I don't even know if I've got myself correctly lined up with my camera at the moment for you guys to see what I'm looking at. Oh my god, yeah, I'm really going to have to zoom this in. You guys can't see any detail on I'm looking at all. It's really not the best. I'm going to have to invest in a better camera if I want to do this more. So yes. This might not be the best idea. That leg there that is at my left, but it's on your right because my image is reversed. I believe that's the top of the piece I'm looking at. You've got that little part there, I believe, needs to be snipped off, the little sort of U-bend part. I think that's still actually part of the sprue rather than part of the kit. So we'll take that. Come on, get off my clippers, thank you. So assuming that I've got that correct, just do a quick dry fit before I try to start sanding. Should go in. Oops. Big fat fingers doesn't help much. Doesn't seem to quite want to fit. Nearly dropped it on the floor. That would have been fun. There would seem to. Go. Aha! Right, progress. The question is, can we separate them again? Now that we know that they're fitting together correctly, to give a tiny bit of sanding. Okay, this is harder than I thought it would be to separate them. I did know. Where's my microphone all the way back there? That there is a Bandai parts separator, and I thought I'll not need that. I'll be pretty straightforward to separate parts, but apparently not as easy as I anticipated. Ah, there we go. Right, that's them freed up. Let's get sticks. Not sure what grade I should start with. All I know is that the lower the number, the quicker it removes material. And the higher the number, the slower it moves material for a smoother finish. And I probably want the thicker, flatter type ones I've got here. So let me double check that I've got the correct position here. Yep. See if that's actually taking material off. Come to think of it, does it actually matter that's on that part? Because that part's going to be hidden, isn't it, actually? Yeah, I think that's going to be hidden. So I don't even know why I'm bothering to sand that particular part. I don't know that would have any impact on the grand scheme of things. I might be able to get away with not sanding that particular part, actually. But this other part at the front connects into B13. Where is B1? B1 is on a completely different sprue. Right, B3, B4. So I don't want you. B, twist in all directions, B1. Right, and which part did I need from B1? I needed part number 3 and number 1. Oh my god, that is so tiny, that little piece. And so that was part 3 and part 1. Yep, that looks about right. You guys over to one side. What's parts number 1, the helmet, and 3, which is his jaw. It seems like okay. So we shall just snip you off. You off. And snip you off. Why are you not quite cut all the way through? There we go. He's free. Right, and the other part was, I believe, number 3. That's one side freed. And oh, that feels like an awkward cutting position. I feel like I'm going to... There goes my clippers. Like I'm going to damage the part if I take it from the angle I was going to take it from. Right. Plonk him down there. Plonk the sprue back out the way for a moment. Now, where were you attached the sprue? Trying to see where the mold lines are that might need to be removed. Shut up, phone. Modes. Do not disturb. Come on, where have you gone? Was that the mold line there? If it was, then it's extremely unnoticeable. At least to my tiny bloody eyes, it isn't. Okay, that was way less noticeable than I thought it was. Nearly dropped it. Well, that's definitely a sharp edge on either side that's going to have to come down. I'm beginning to regret not buying a pair of tweezers straight away, because I imagine that would make this a lot easier. I think I need a higher grit. This isn't taking off as quickly as I thought it would. Try 180. A little bit better. Oh, yeah, there's still quite a bit to come off that side. Oops, nearly dropping it. Reasonable. Take that up to a what have we got next? A 280. That's still not where I would like it. Too bad. I'm quite happy with that side. Reasonably happy with that side. I don't think I could really feel where it came off the sprue or the helmet. And I couldn't even find... Oh, it actually is that. I can't seem to find anywhere at all any leftover sprue on the helmet, which I'm surprised at. See a little bit of a stress mark where it came off. But nothing too drastic. Right, let's get my instructions back on screen again. Nope, I don't want Discord on my screen. I want my instructions on my screen. Come on, Bigsy. Right, so we have one goes into that way. Right. I'm going to put this on the screen that's directly in front of me. Then I can see whether or not I've got myself properly focused on camera or not. B1, which is the face goes on that way. That goes on to the bottom of the red piece. But alright, I was just going to say, how does it attach? And then I just spot the tiny little pin that it attaches through. I think Gundam now has a face. Don't know how well that picks up on the camera, but yes, I'm hoping that is correct. And then B1 slots over the whole of this. Ah, yes, it's coming together now. He's actually identifiable as RX now. A little bit better. Okay, that's not really picking up as clearly as I hoped it would. Yeah, I definitely need a better camera if I want to do this on camera more often. Come on, are you going to focus? Nope, you're not going to focus. One of his eyes is a bit obscured there by the... Oh my god, actually, did I leave sprue on there? No, I didn't. But yes, I can see it. Doesn't want to come up on camera that well. So, I know that is more or less correct. Right. So, we are doing B1, 2, which is the antenna, for want of a better word. What is that warning actually telling me? It's got two weird little U-shaped warnings. Is that the little nubby bits at the end? And should I really be worried about what the Japanese text is telling me on the instruction sheets? Let me see, where's my translate up? Translate. Google Translate. Camera. What are you actually telling me there? I'm assuming it's just the same as the English text slowly... No, I don't want English to German. Bloody hell. Come on. Japanese to English. Yep, remove each part slowly. I'm not sure what those two weird little letter U symbols are telling me. Oh, the way packaging, yeah, blocking my mouse. Right, where are we? The runner symbols in the instruction manual indicate the runners divide with the lines seen below. Yep. Intricate processing may create small differences in the parts you're manufacturing. Parts carefully and neatly. Let's assemble, fit them together tightly. Still not seeing any clue as to what those symbols were next to the antennae. Antennae. Putting a bit of effort using the pen to paint the molds upon lines. Grade. I'm not seeing anything that mentions what those symbols are. Obviously, it's not going to be in the rest of the instructions, but just looking at the whole thing, I'm not sure what that's telling me. Is it telling me that those little nubby bits at the end are meant to be left on? Is that what's telling me? I'm assuming so, as it seems to be in all the other images of the helmet with the antennae attached. Right. So, where were we? B1 part 2, the antenna. And B1, we've done that. B1 to A250. Well, we'll get that separately because that's on a separate sprue. Make change back to camera. Where the heck's my camera gone? There it is. Plonk you out of the way. Damn head. And actually, I'm going to angle it slightly further forward. See if that helps a bit, because I'm aware that I'm probably going off camera quite a bit when I'm holding and adjusting the sprues. That feels a really awkward position to get at the thing. And this one's a really awkward one to get access to. From that angle. Yep, that seems to have done it. Right. So the ball looking part. Where are we? Yeah, it's really hard to focus. It is part of the sprue, it would definitely seem. So we take you from. Nope, I want you fit in there. Yeah, that looks the best way to go about it. Ping. Put that sprue to one side. And examine that briefly with my camera for the for any leftover marks that need sanding, because my eyes are terrible. I'm really going after investing in magnifier. Top tip from a newbie: get a magnifier as soon as possible, because if you've got eyesight like mine, you're going to bloody need one. Yeah, it looks like it's on the antenna somewhere. No, I don't actually feel it. I'm surprised how smoothly some of these parts are coming off, if I'm completely honest. Well, why are you zoomed into phone? Yeah, it looks like. Yeah, that's definitely been part of where it's been attached. Alright, I feel it now. I'll probably take note of where it's attached before I remove the parts, and then I won't have as hard of a time finding which parts I need to reduce down. It's pretty good there already. Feels like 280 might have been a bit overkill for this piece for how much sprue was left on. Right, was there any other areas that needed smoothing? Probably would have been at the bottom, I would have thought. It might be a tiny bit down here. Nope. Can't remember where the last part attached. Well, I'm quite happy with that. So we shall get A2. These. A2 is... where's A2? It's on here somewhere. What am I looking for? Wait, hang on. A2. I was just... Oh, wait. Oh, A2 is the part that we've already taken off. I don't remember taking anything off the sprue already. What the heck? A4, A3. Oh wait, hang on, because we've got two A-frames, that's what it is. You daft bugger bigs. So that was A1, A2, it's obviously not A2, that's his chest piece, that's very easily identifiable. A216, have I already removed A2? Yes, I think I have already removed A216. So A216 must be the part that we assembled in the previous step. Yes, it is. So put my phone out the way. So that should, once we orient it correctly. Wait. I've got a horrible feeling I've done something wrong here. Oh no, it's because I'm going crazy. I can't read. It's A215, not A216. Come on, Biggs, bloody hell. I'll put my phone. A215. I'm definitely investing in a magnifier. So, part there is so bloody tiny. Right. Fairly confident I know which part I'm taking off here. Well, I know which part I'm taking off. I mean, as in which part is part of the model and which isn't part of the sprue. I think it ends there. Ping. And how am I going to approach this angle? Oh, they haven't enough much space to get that one off of your nippers. I think. Actually, I might even try to get it off with my blade. It's such a tight squeeze, that one. Don't know if it's advisable to use your blades to get the parts off the sprue, but this one feels like it's such a narrow space for the nippers that I'd have a hard time getting it. Right, just put that sprue over there. Ooh, that looks very sharp and very nasty. Have I taken off of a wrong section there? No, I don't think so. I dropped it. Where did it go? Oh, panic! Right. So when I look at that. It's so bloody tiny. Why do I have to have such enormous fingers? Oh, my eyes. I'm really buying a bloody magnifier next time. Okay, where the hell have you gone? Hey, what? So ridiculously tiny. Does not. I really need tweezers at this point. My fingers are obscuring the part. It's so bloody small. Oh my days, this has proven to be a nightmare, this one individual piece. What the screw needs to come off. Right, I think that's the correct orientation I've got there now. Yes, that would be the correct way around that I've got it now. I really need to reduce the zoom on my bloody camera. I feel like it's zooming too much to the point where it's being a hindrance. Right. So the part on the left as I'm holding it needs to come off. Will we be able to get away with sanding it off? Will actually need to be clipped off. I'm afraid to bloody well put the part down in case I lose track of the orientation that I need to be holding it with. How much are magnifying lenses and all that kind of gubbins? Because that's definitely what I need going forwards. I'm going to have a quick look at that now. Let's go to that scene. Keyboard would be useful. I'm not sure what they're called, so I'm just going to go magnifiers for. Not that much, surprisingly. Thing is, do I want the spectacle type or do I want the frame sort of type of thing? I'm thinking the spectacle type would probably be way more bloody useful because then you're not having to constantly move it under the thing. It's just literally right in front of where you're already looking. And of course, what is considered quality when you're talking magnifying frame, magnifying magnifying frames? Presumably the main thing is the level of magnification it gives, but not too much, otherwise it becomes a bit of a hindrance, I would have thought. Well, that's something to think about later on. I've just realised I've accidentally closed off my manual, haven't I? No, we haven't closed off my manual. What was that one? We used the wrong tab and no, didn't. Where the hell's my manual gone that I had open before? Did I open a new window? Yes, I did. There's my manual. Right, I definitely need a pair of magnifiers. Right. Boy, I think I might have just made my first error. I'm not too sure. I've taken off the part that was sticking out, but I'm not sure. I might have accidentally caught the part that shouldn't be removed as well. I'm hoping not. A bit more zoom on there. More focus, please. Nope, we're safe. I did not take off the part that I thought I took off. There's actually still a little bit of excess material on there to come off. Quite a bloody bit, actually. Wow. A little bit better. I am 110% buying magnifiers in future. Trying to see this at the moment is almost impossible. I can't get the sponge out. Oh my days. I think I've absolutely demolished this part to an extent. It's kind of horrific. I'll take a photo and show you how terrible it looks, so you can see what I'm looking at. Ooh. Right, let's photos. Let's get open somewhere. I don't know if this is as terrible as it looks, but anybody with experience will be able to tell me, oh my god, he's absolutely destroyed that piece, or it's fine. I mean, I don't think I've literally destroyed, but the finish looks pretty poor. And why are you not uploading my photo, Google? Can you please? Okay, my phone is taking forever to upload the picture. Why are you taking forever to upload the picture? Google, you are taking the mic right now. Can you please just upload the goddamn photo? Ah, there we go. Right, now you can see for yourself. I feel like... oh, I think I see what I've done. I think I've actually chonked into the part itself when I tried to take off that excess. I think I've taken off more than I should have by the looks of things. Yee. That's pretty bad if I'm correct in that I've taken off a bit more than I intended to there. Well, we can put it down to inexperience and the fact that it's a ridiculously tiny part. My eyes are struggling to focus again. Come on, why can't I see you, part? I think I've improved it slightly, but if my camera would ever focus for me. Yeah, I think I've definitely taken off some material that I shouldn't have there. Actually, this back part, I don't suppose I need to worry about too much because that actually gets hidden by the antennae. I think is... I should really change my scene from the instructions as well, shouldn't I? Camera moved. It feels like my... you should... That doesn't feel correct. Yeah, so it should be facing down over. But have I? Too much sprue on here. I think I have. Have I? Have I not? Crap, I think I might have cut off a bit of peg. Oh no. This is bad. I've cut off a bit of peg that I fucking needed to get that in there. I'm almost certain of it. Oh my days. Panic. Fuck. And everything's falling to bits. No, it's not. I'm looking at it the wrong way around. Ah! Ah, boy. Fuck, how the hell do I work around this then if I've mistakenly taken off a part that I needed? Actually, no, I'm able to get away with it, I think. I think I've gotten away with it. Whether or not that'll mean that there's an exposed part doesn't look quite right is another question. Ah. It's possible. But yeah, I've definitely taken off a part that I really shouldn't have. It's so much more obvious now that I've got right up in front of me. Want to cry. Right, let me see. Is that going to upload the flipping photos a bit easier this time? Refresh. Come on, refresh. I want to actually see what I'm looking at. You know what, this will be easier to just show you directly from my phone. I hope you can see the mistake that I've made there straight away. Accidentally chunked off far too much of the red left corner where there was a bit of flash on there. Whoopsie! Right. Hopefully, no other mistakes. So antenna just plugs straight in, fairly nice and easy. I'm really annoyed at myself about that mistake. Give it quite nicely there now. Where is the lens? I get this angle correctly. Terrible little mistake there, but I've got to be more bloody forgiving of myself. It's my first fucking time, Biggs. Step 2. The body. This looks more like my ballpark with nice huge pieces where it's a lot harder in theory to make mistakes, although I am seeing a few parts that look like they could give issues. We're looking at A1 part 2 and part 6. Assume that's part 6 there in the blue. Right. We take you off, and I think 3. Now that flash looks like it'll be hidden. A little bit of flash looks like it'll be hidden as well, but I can maybe take it down anyways. No perfect excuse for the little chunk that I took off that I shouldn't have took off. It's battle damage. Plain and simple. Nobody will be any the wiser. Take A2 off, did we? A2, 6. No, we didn't. So that would be there. Tiny bit of flash there, nothing too serious. I think we'll try and take it down anyways. Go with 800, I think. Quite cutting it. Don't weigh 600. A little bit better. We're going to entirely be able to get rid of the stress mark. Because we've got 4 clippers. Well, not necessarily poor clippers, just not god hand clippers. Oh. So A2 connects into A6. Looks pretty straightforward. Yeah, that looks correct. Ooh, nice, satisfying click there. I think that's the first clicky piece that we've had. Correct at the back. A217. Side. A217. A nice straightforward. I say straightforward. Attach the sprue at a very specific position. I'm not sure without more angles. The sprue wings, yeah, I'm fairly confident, but if I get this wrong, I get the feeling I'll mess up the build completely. So I'll look at it from that angle. Yes, I'm fairly confident I know what I'm doing with this part. going to get rid of those flashing marks completely, I don't think. Quality nippers would have came in handy. This goes in. Correct. Ah, there we go. Nice, satisfying click there. Nicely. Apart from the one mistake I made with the head. Right. My microphone keeps being bloody horrible and moving out of a position where you guys can actually hear me clearly. So let me see. A15. A15. Does not look like part 5. Am I looking at the correct sprue? Yeah, A15. Just double check that with my phone. One, three, four. Was it 1.5? Wait, 1.5? Guys, we're missing a part. 1, 2, 4. You? Ah, right, it's because cast in blue, that's why. That's why I didn't recognize it. Fairly straightforward. So this piece is going that way around. So that will go over the top. The marks will be exposed. And that one probably will be as well. Can't get my sponge out my box. I really need to adjust this camera to a better position. You can't see what I'm bloody doing, can you? Yeah, that stress mark is going to drive me crazy how obvious it is. I'll have to live with it. And you shrunk down onto those two eggs. Aha! It's really coming together quite nicely now. There it is. I'm working with A1, 8 and A2, 18. A1, 8. Ooh, this part looks fancy. It looks like a joint piece. That's your ball joint for your arms or your legs or something. And A2, 18. A2, 18. I assume that's that piece there. Right, but for now, I want to just stay focused on one thing. A1, 8. There. Why are you still attached, sir? Clipped you. You're not coming off the sprue. Are you still attached? Literally friction that's holding you in place. Because I've clipped you through. It was just a little bit of friction holding it in place. If this is a joining piece, I don't think we need to worry about sanding. It's going to be hidden away out of sight. A2, 18. Here's this piece. Yeah. Right. There we go. Surprisingly smooth. I'm not entirely convinced. I should have picked up an art knife. I haven't had much use for it whatsoever so far. But I highly recommend a magnifiers, because my lord, I've really messed up one tiny little piece. I'm sure plenty of people watching will tell me I'm stressed now at absolutely nothing, and it's not as bad as it seems, yada yada yada, but it still feels bad, man. Does that go in that way? From the top down. See, no, it's not right. Like that, and can't go any other way, can it? Has to be that position. Can't slot in any other way. It's not like, yeah, those knobs have to be that way up. So I'm fairly confident that that goes in there. Right. And that goes into the back of this piece here. Oh, oh. Getting movement while I'm pushing it into place. But that's what you're meant to have, because that's how you can position the overall final product. That's looking decent there now. Let me see how long we've been going for. 2 hours. But I am happy. That's the main thing. Apart from a minor mistake. So we want A110, A17, and A210. Is this A1 sprue? Yes, this is the A1 sprue. A110. Way around. Right, so fairly confident. Nippers in. Taking a really tight fit for the nippers to get in there. Ding. Doesn't look too bad. There's a bit of flashing there, but it's in the way inside, and I don't think it's going to obstruct the movement. $800 isn't taking that off quickly enough. 280. Now, right. So that was A110 that I took off, I believe. A1. Oh, 18. Oh, that wasn't A110 I've took off. What have I just taken off? A210? A210 I took off. So that is the right arm as it's facing me. So that would go on top. Oh, is that right? Yes, it is right. I think. I hope. Pray. Yes, that looks correct. That was definitely A2 10. You snap onto there rather satisfyingly. That's one of your arm joints, your shoulder joints. Now we want A1. Wait. Is that A110 or A2? Oh, shit. A1. Uh-oh. A2. Why would it be saying that's A210? I don't have an A2 sprue. A2 is that one on the red. But there's no 10 on A2. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Oh my days, that's A2. I've put it on the wrong fucking arm. And I'm probably not going to be able to get that back off now, am I? Ow! Okay, I got it off. Crisis averted. Just absolutely doubly certain now that was A1 10. Was A2. Ah, right. I see where I've made the mistake now. The reading in from the edge of A2, going towards the centre line is all A2, and A1 towards the centre line is all A1, but I've read it as something completely arse backwards. But the main thing is I understand my mistake and I can learn from it. So, A110. One last double check to make sure that I don't make the same mistake again. A110, A210 is still on there. A110 is at the left side. So, yeah, right. And that piece is with the ball joint out. That angled in over like that. Right, that looks good. Snap you into place. I don't suppose it would have made much difference because, I mean, they are symmetrical ball joints. Maybe it wouldn't have made any issues whatsoever, but best to correct the mistake, just in case it was going to create issues. Right. Put that sprue back down there. Most of this is hidden away, but I want the ball of the ball joint itself to be reasonably smooth, because otherwise I can see that creating issues with the movement sticking. I really need to position my camera better, don't I? Because you can't see what I'm doing half the time when when I'm standing and holding things close to my chest. Decent there. So you were A210. A210 goes on the opposite side. ball joint facing outwards. Yeah, that looks like it does in the diagram. Snap you into place. With a tight fit, that one to move it all the way down, but it does the trick. We have movement. You know what? My camera being reversed like that is really bugging me. It's effects. Maybe that reflects will actually do now. Nope, it's still the wrong way around. That didn't do anything. Why is my camera effect not bloody? I need to refresh the scene for it to take effect. Nope. The way my camera is rotated is completely different the way that I'm moving my fingers and hands around. Can I hear clicky in there? Sounds almost like there's something loose. Don't know if that gets picked up on the camera, on the microphone. I'll be quiet for a second. Oh well, we'll not worry about it. It hasn't fallen to bits, that's the main thing. So what are we looking at now? A17, so we're looking for the neck joint now, which is fairly straightforward. From that one, no bother at all, and there's no other parts that look like it, so that is good. Right, days, I just realised how many sprues there's still left to go. We're already 2 hours in. Snip that. We snip you. And we snip you. Holy crap, that went absolutely everywhere. It's only lucky that bounced off my second monitor that I didn't lose the piece altogether. Right. Doesn't look like it matters too much which way around this one goes. Don't need to clear the flashes. Doesn't look like it's going to impede the movement of the ball joint. Or maybe? No, I think we'll be okay. Although that top one feels like it could do with having some material taken off. I think we're going to have to go down to a 280. That's not doing it at the higher grade. Excuse me, I don't know if that was picked up on microphone there, but I just farted. Exactly what you wanted to know. I think we'll be that. Where's my cursor gone? Can't find my cursor. Right, don't think there's any way to put this on incorrectly looking at my instructions. So we'll just put you straight in. Is that it? Properly in all the way? Like it should be able to go on more than that. But it's moving freely. Don't know if you can. That's a multiple direction pivot for the head there. Quite a lot of movement that that offers. Assume that I just haven't pushed it all the way in. Going any further, it's hard to tell because as soon as I put pressure on it, it just wants to turn. I think that's correct. Right, what are we looking at now? B3, 21, B4, 21, and A29, so we're getting his beam sabers. B3, that's my A sprue, you are sprue. A3 and A4. You are B1, B2. Right, there's B3 and B4. Right. So B3, 21. That's that one there, that's slightly off camera where you can just see my finger. And B4. I just realised something really genius, which I should have figured out way sooner, but I haven't until just now. He's actually positioned left or right, as in where they would be on the frame. So the left arm is on the left side of the sprue, the right arm's on the right side of the sprue, etc., etc. I don't know if that's the case for all of the pieces, but I'm assuming it probably is. I mean, looking at B1 and B2, the B2's the shield, and I believe the shield, referring to the box, it's mirrored on your side, but the shield is on the right side, so yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, that is actually seeming more or less correct, yes. A4. Bit hard to tell when some of it's internal parts, so you can't really say, oh yeah, that's definitely going on the left or the right. But I think it mostly is symmetrically laid out, these sprues, which is quite clever. I wish I'd picked up on that sooner, and I might have avoided a few mistakes that I made. Well, I say a few mistakes, there's only one major mistake that I've made so far. Right, anyway, B3 and B4, 21 on each side. 21 and that's 21, alright. Snip there. Check my camera, because my camera apparently is in a terrible position for seeing what I'm doing at the moment. Move back that way a bit. I think maybe if I focus less on the detail and more on the zoom, I'll probably be able to see what I'm doing better. But naturally there, but that's not a very good in frame. That's maybe a little bit better, that angle there, right. Anyway, double check my instructions, because my fish brain has already forgotten which parts were taken off there. 21 for the beam saber, and I don't think we snipped it all the way through yet, did we? Where's my manual gone? 21. I should really add an extra source next time I stream this, if I do another stream of this, so that you can actually see the instructions that I'm looking at as well. And then you go, oh my god, he's about to do it wrong, he snipped off the wrong part, ha ha. B3, 21, B4, 21. These are symmetrical, so it doesn't really matter that I get them in any particular order. But it would be nice to follow instructions. Very important to follow instructions correctly when building models. Otherwise you end up like me and putting the right arm, the left arm joint on the right arm, and the chest on the torso. Flashing on there, that needs to come off. I really need magnifying glasses. Trying to see with just my regular glasses. Really isn't cutting it. Nobody ever tells you to get magnifying glasses or lenses as part of the standard tools, like, oh, you need snippers, you need a craft knife, you need some plastic cement and all that gubbins. no one has ever once mentioned to me, make sure you get a pair of magnifiers. That's my biggest regret. Advice to anybody watching, plan on taking up the hobby. Get some bloody magnifiers, because holy shit, some of these pieces are so unbelievably small. It's really easy to mess up like I did earlier. I'll put it back to my gameplay scene for a second. There's my manual and show you. That is what I did. See this big orangey kind of chunky bit? Nope, this bit down here. That shouldn't have came off. That was me actually cutting into the part. I actually cut a tiny bit of the part off, which obviously is far from bloody ideal. Trying to find where it is so I can show you on camera. It comes up a lot easier when you've got something to refer to on camera to see where it came off. I don't know how well it'll focus because my camera isn't a macro camera. If I spin that around that way, and focus. I want to focus. I want to focus that well. We can maybe see it a little bit better at that distance. For all it's further away, it actually focuses at that distance. Actually, have I taken a photo of the head yet? Because if I have, that would be a much easier way of showing. The only trouble is it takes a few seconds for Google to upload the image from my phone to the cloud to show you that way. Right, I've taken a photo, but it'll be a few seconds before it actually uploads properly. Oh no, it actually did instantly this time. Right, gameplay. There you go. Huge mistake there. You can see how badly I mucked that one up. It's not my proudest moment, but I am a beginner. That's my excuse. So I've got to forgive. There's a little hair of plastic when I took the... Well, don't say that hair of plastic when I'm looking at it, but comes up on the actual photo, and I'm going to have to look at it and check if it actually is there, or if it's just sort of blown off. No, a tiny little white hair of plastic on the right isn't there when I'm holding it. It must have just blown away. It must be really microscopic. Right, put your phone down. Let's get camera. Is my mouse not working? It's a crappy wireless mouse I'm using, so I've got more space on my desk. Right, we've got beam saber number 1. Snip off. I'm just checking on the other side to figure out where the flashing is. Not immediately obvious, so I think we'll be happy that way. And I need to get my manual back on screen. It goes into the back of A29. Have I removed A29 yet? I don't think I have. That's going to be... That's A2... Is that A29? Yes, that's A29. Right, so we should probably take that off. Actually, no, I'm going to take off the other... No, actually, I'm going to take off the torso first, then the other beam saber. I know it's more or less symmetrical, and the beam sabers should be identical. They basically just stick, so how much more complicated can it be? But if we don't make a habit of following instructions properly now, then I'm going to develop bad habits for making other kits later on down the road, aren't I? So yeah, just try to stick to some kind of order that makes sense. Now that's going to be really awkward to get off the sprue without leaving flashing. Yeah, that's definitely left a little bit of flash. Ah! That's looking... I was going to say pretty respectable, but then I saw a part that didn't look quite so good. I think that's acceptable for my skill level. So B3, which is this part here, the beam sabers, just go... I think it's that way around. Yes, I think that's correct. Boink. What was the frame that these were on? B4 for the other beam saber. Why is this not cutting? These blades gone bloody bad already after less than one kit. I'm not hearing the snap when I'm clicking through. So you heard a definite one there if it was picked up by the microphone, but the other side wasn't giving me a click. I'm assuming it's cut all the way through, even though I'm not hearing a click there. There we go. Not bad at all. We're going to need to sand that bit. Right, get the other one in. There's the back of his beam saber holder jetpack combination. And then we are putting that together with the rest of the torso. Birds, shut up, fluttering about out there very loudly. Pigeons. Okay, seems to be a very tight fit to get that one in. I mean, I'm not hearing a click of it snapping into place, but I don't suppose it does necessarily snap into place, but it is in position. We are getting quite a bit further now. Right, now that we've spent so much time on the one tiny little piece on the helmet that I completely ballsed up by making fairly speedy progress. B18. Has it shown 4 parts on this next instruction? But only 4 part numbers, but only 2 pieces times 2 build 2 sets. Is that why it's listing that twice? B1, B2, B1, B2, that's B3, B4. B1, B2. So we want 8 on each of these. That would be 8 and 8. That's all identical, even though they're differently numbered. I'm fairly confident I'm going to make a mistake here if I'm not careful. B1, 8 and 9. B2, 8 and 9. So I think that's correct. Break my phone. Look at it with my camera because, like I say, my eyes are pretty bloody poor, and I definitely need to get a magnifier in future. 8 and 9. 8 and 9. Right. So that's the right section there. And these are fairly straightforward. Just snip them off, snap them together, and then put 11s into them and then the 12s into them. So assume that there's no dodgy flash that stands out on these pieces. Should be nice and straightforward. And I forgot to change my scene back to camera. one piece. It was really smooth, smoother than I expected. Bloody hell. Nice, I like. Right. Alright. Bum, 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 bum. I should really put some music on or something in the stream rather than just have me yakking away at yous. But I don't know how I would do that without me having to wear a bloody headset so that my music doesn't get picked up by the microphone and create excess bloody noise. I know how to do it when I'm doing gaming and whatnot. It's fairly straightforward to do it then. But this time around, not so much. That little thin piece plugs into the bigger, thick piece. 2 pegs at the bottom, 1 peg at the top. So that looks... Go... Those do go straight together before putting anything else in, I think. Yep, that looks good. That is a part of a leg. Was this an arm joint? I'm not sure which this is. It's an arm joint. Right, so we'll do the same again. Put that on the left hand side so that we make sure that we know that's the left arm again. I suppose it doesn't matter too much because it's symmetrical, but I'm following instructions. That in itself is a skill. I know it sounds stupid, but it is. Being able to follow instructions correctly. Don't follow instructions correctly, do what I do and put a left arm on a right torso. And then spend 5 minutes trying to bloody well rip it back off. All right. Pegs at the bottom, 2 pegs at the bottom, line it up, snap it together, put that on the right so I don't confuse things. A111 and A211. That's a B frame, that's a B frame. I know I'm calling them frames, that's sprues. Probably any people going bonkers at me now, the more experienced builders go, what the hell's he calling them frames for? But I don't bloody care. I'm a learner, okay? That's A111, A211, so that's those pieces. Doesn't look like there's anything I can really do wrong there. Just snip them off. Hope that we don't get too much flash on them. Trying to find a way that I can hold it while I'm snipping it so that it doesn't just go ping halfway across the room. You're not quite free. What are you holding on to? You? Oh, it's just a little bit of friction that was holding it in place. Like this is mostly going to be hidden away, so shouldn't matter too much about sanding it. Right, so that goes on to these army bits here. That's correctly positioned. That is that way there. I think I hope I've got that correct anyways. That's quite satisfying, that motion. Really quite satisfying. Right, so that was a 111 with the left side. Now we need to get a 211 off of the sprue. Or the runner. I don't know why they call them runners in some regions, and why sometimes they're called sprues. Is that just something that's lost in translation, or is there a very specific technical reason why they're named differently in some parts? Why are you still attached? I've already snipped you, but you're not coming off. Hang on, I see movement. Oh, you're still not free. Why are you not coming off? Don't tell me these snippers are blunt after just 1/4 of a kit. They're brand new. Sounding action on that one. Right, that's quite nicely sanded down, so we're just attaching that. Orientates that way. Goes that way. There we go. Seems good. Now I'm just going to double check my actual paper instructions, see if they're much clearer than the ones I've got on screen, because if you look at the ones I've got on screen, the amount of zoom I've got on them makes them really quite pixelated. I'm wondering if it might actually look better if I was just to simply look at the paper ones through my phone to actually get a clearer view of them. Part 1, Part 2, 1 to Part 3 of 8. So we're not even halfway through yet. Phone, that's what I'm looking for. Oh yes, these versions on the paper are so much clearer if you've got a little bit of zoom on them. I know what I'm going to do in future. I'm going to scan me manuals into my PC for digital format so that I can look at them better on than on the paper, because on the paper it's a little bit challenging on my eyes. Right, anyway, put those to one side. Check. Quite yeah, that's fine, I don't mind. A 211. Oh, excuse me, tiny bit of a belch there. A 112 and a 212. My A frame, it is a 112, a 212. Doing that twice, obviously, because we're building 2 of them. So you are the left one. You are the right one. And we want B1. Oh, that one there. And I've just realised that I'm not on camera again. Camera. 7, 1. So what the hell's 4? Is it these ones? That's the shield. 2, 3. All right. That's the 4. Those 2 little squares. Oh, that felt a really chunky cut. Put you down there. And down there. What was my B1 falls? I've got my A12s. Get wet. These don't really need sanding. They're pretty decently smooth. So we'll do A1, which is the greyish looking pieces, onto the back of the knee joints. So looking at that. Yes, I think that's correct. Goes to there. Oh, that's quite clever the way that part was designed. Pretty damn clever that was. Let's get B14. And that goes. Better picture on my phone. I'm fast finding out that the actual paper instructions are way better resolution than the online PDF versions. Right, so the bit with the slot goes to the back. We missed a bloody. Oh wait, yes, of course it makes sense. I'm just being a dumbass. Right, so that's in there. That's one arm built. So image, which is a lot better. That goes on to you're not going in as smoothly as the other piece went in. I've got this right way around, haven't I? Way. Ah, there we go. Got you. Went in. Just a little bit of a snug fit. Right, and the bit where the slot went to the two complete arms. Step 3. Oh, ooh, assemble parts. uh, okay. B17, the arm, and A1, B17. Ah, I really need a fucking magnifier. That would be B17. Be correct. And B2. It's that one. Where the hell's the ball joint on that? Oh, just so I'll double check that. Nearly ready to snip off way more than I should have. Right, so you E17, correct, was in which way? Way? That line isn't being shown on this. I think that goes in that way. Certainly bloody hope it does. Otherwise, I'm going to have a hell of a job getting that back out. B27. Oh, that's spiky. Right, so you go forward and you go that way. Why are you not going in? Do I need to take more flash off of you? Nope, you went in quite nicely that time. I know the satisfying snap, which I didn't hear from the other one. Can I get pop out of you? Nope. That's fine. Two arms quite look identical. Well, put that in the right bloody way around. Would look wrong if I had it the other way around. Eh. Right, A113. You are B runner. You are an A runner. A113. Oh, hands. There. Where I can grip the sprue without pinging the part halfway across the room. Oh, that's off quite a bit of flash on there. Yum, microplastics. I might have went at that hand a bit too aggressively with the craft knife. Oh well, never mind. Can't fix that. Bum, 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 bum. Try to get next hand off with less flash than the other one, hopefully. Tactic is going to be to try take off the bits with the knuckles. Or anything else. Bonk. One's came out a lot better. Oh, hello, Sasquatch Gunpla. It is indeed my first build, yes. I've made quite a few minor mistakes and one absolutely enormous mistake so far, but I keep telling myself I've got to be more forgiving when I'm doing these sort of things. I mean, one thing that I've noticed, I don't know how well focus on the camera, is on his hand there. You can see, is it going to focus? Not that well. There's a tiny bit more flash on the base of his thumb joint, which isn't too major. I'm not sure if that's because when I tried to take it off with the art knife, that maybe went a bit overboard, and the other one I took a huge chunk out of his head diamond. You can see it right there. Because I've got terrible eyesight and I need to get magnifiers. I need to get some sort of proper magnifying glass or magnifying visor. Because that is a horrible huge chunk. Obviously on a miniature scale it's barely noticeable. But yeah, it was nasty. I don't know if I've got the other one. Yeah. There you go. Horror story for you. Because I'm sure you're possibly a GunPla builder, more experienced builder yourself, are you? That, yeah. Kind of accidentally gouged a huge chunk out of the piece instead of just taking a tiny bit of flash off of the edge. The other thing that I will say that caused it to be a bit awkward is it was such a tiny, tiny, narrow little piece. It's me fingers practically obscured the piece itself when I was trying to look at it to figure out what was going on. So that's the only minor issue that I've had so far. Apart from that, it's mainly been sprue stress, but that's because I've only got a pair of Tamiya clippers, double-edged. So yeah, crushing force rather than a single-bladed, nice clean snip-off. I'm sure you already know about all these sort of things, but I'm learning these things from the research that I've done before picking up the kit. And you probably would have already been able to tell by now, but it is a RX-78 Mark II entry grade that I'm building at the moment. So far, quite happy with the experience, but a little bit annoyed that I gouged his head diamond off a bit. I don't know what that part's actually classed as. I mean, I've watched the first series of the show, but I don't know if it's got a particular name, that particular piece that I've gouged out, whether that would be one of the cameras. Because I mean, I think the cameras are meant to basically be where the eyes are, being built for the last few years, but you're definitely no expert. Well, I'm far from an expert. I was saying earlier, I haven't even built basic plastic model kits before, let alone GunPla. I haven't even made plastic tanks, race cars, whatever. This is my first ever plastic model kit in my life. So yeah, plenty of mistakes to be had so far. I think I'm doing quite reasonably, considering it's my first ever build. But yeah, that's a little bit of background on myself. So let me see, we've got this hand here, and that's looking quite clean. I took a tiny bit of flashing off the knuckles. I would like to get a better camera going forward, because normally I do gaming, and well, this camera isn't that great for zooming in on things, macro stuff, because it's mainly for my face when I've been doing gaming. That's his two arms built. Let me get my manual back up on screen. So we've done the arms, we've done B17, B27A1, yep, we've done all of that. We need to attach them to the torso. So that, yep, should be pretty straightforward, just straight up. Well, that's not a very snug fit as much as I was hoping it would be, compared to some of the other pieces, but it is what it is. There we go. And same with the other side. There we go. Oh, I haven't put my camera back on, have I? There we go. Two arms fully attached. It's actually starting to look much more like Gundam than it did at the start, which is only natural, obviously. But I do like the range of motion you've got on here. Got the shoulder joints up and down. Full 360 pivot. Obviously the elbow joints. The wrist joints. And even a little bit of back and forth on the hand joints as well. That's definitely one of the big appeals of GunPla. I've just noticed a little bit of flashing that maybe should have taken off earlier. But never mind, I'm not going to let it stress me out too much. Otherwise, I'll never get anywhere. So, next step. Paper for a bit of a bigger view here. B1 and B2 6s. A1, A2. GunPla is definitely a good first Plamo hobby to get into, especially since they are snapped together unlike the majority of other genres of Plamo. Yeah, I suppose that's fair, yeah, because a lot of them require glue for to get going. I mean, I know you can use your glues and your extra thin cements to erase the seam lines later on, but at the moment, I think I might have overinvested for my first kit. I'm not so sure I would have the confidence for melting the seam lines together just yet. So where were we? B1, B16 and B26. I'm assuming you've probably already built your fair share of GunPla. If you've been building for a few years, I don't know if you've tried this kit particular. It's an entry grade RX 78-2. I'm guessing, like most people, you probably went for a high grade or a real grade. I nearly went with real grade, but I thought, no, seeing this is my first ever Plamo, don't know if I want to risk damaging a more expensive kit, take me risks and me learning experiences on the most basic of kits out there. So, B16 and B26. Where the heck is 6? Get me phone. I definitely. Thought for a second there, that's what you mentioned in God Hand Clippers there. I've heard about God Hand Clippers, but yeah, definitely out my budget for my first build. Is that B16? I'm on the B1 sprue, that's B14. B16, it looks nothing like B16. Does not. Oh, wait, it's because it's not given multiple angles, of course. Yes, yes, yes. I see what this is. This is the shoulder cover. Yes. And I did notice, albeit halfway through, you're not actually specific on what scale or grade you stick to. You must just buy and build. Pretty much a good way to go about it, I suppose. Build what you like. Build what you're comfortable with. So we want B1, 6 and B2. All right. Yeah, well, I was saying the thing that I noticed as well, which I didn't notice until about halfway through the stream, maybe a little bit earlier than that, is that the sprues actually seem to be, for the most part, when they can be, symmetrical. So if it's left shoulder part, it's on the left side of the sprue. Right shoulder part, right half of the sprue. I know it's only a really simple observation, but it's just a nice little touch that they've added to the way that they've designed the sprues. Right, so we're going to come at this from there. Can I get at a different angle? Good. There we go. One left shoulder joint with a little bit of flashing. Try 600. Probably complete overkill taken to sanding sticks on such a basic kit. But as I say, part of the reason for choosing the entry grade in the first place was to have something I can develop skills on before wrecking something like a perfect grade unleashed. That's looking a lot better there now. Do actually enjoy the entry kits purely. Yeah, they really are. I'm quite enjoying it. It's I'm slightly amazed how much I'm getting absorbed into it, just building away. Yeah, it's quite a satisfying experience. So that was the left shoulder. I'll put that on the left side of my mat so that I make sure that goes on the left shoulder. Again, I think the shoulder joints, like a lot of other parts, are probably symmetrical, so it wouldn't be the end of the world if I put them on the wrong side. But, as I was saying earlier, best of all the bloody instructions, develop a good habit now, rather than just going, I'll just bloody well put the right-hand side sprue part on the left-hand side of the body, because they look the same. That's just developing bad habits for later on when you get more advanced kits. So I'm making a forceful decision to make sure that even if they look identical, I am putting the right side on the right side, the left side on the left side, etc. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Oh, come on, come out with the sprue. There you go. Back in the box. How is your flashing looking? Looking pretty decent. I don't think there's anything needs to be. No, there's a tiny bit that could do with cleaning up on that side. Right, there you are. But yes, I've definitely decided my next investment, apart from another kit for GunPla, is going to be a magnifying glass or some sort of magnifying visor, because apparently sometimes it's very hard to see all the fine details where leftover bits of flashing and stuff are on your kit. Decent. Right. I think it's time to put your shoulders on, matey. I'm assuming just snap on. Doesn't seem to be any fancy way to clip these on. All I do see is that the. Why have they got that extra hole there? I feel like I'm missing something. This little extra hole on top, and I don't see any pegs or anything for it to clip onto, but it doesn't seem to imply there's any. Oh wait, hang on, it's because I've got them angled wrong, that's what it is. The clip onto was bloody shoulder joints, don't they? That's what it is. Yes, it is. Silly bigs. One shoulder on. And excuse me tickling your armpit, Mr. RX, but you need to have a shoulder. Why aren't you snapping into place like they've wanted? Or did you? Oh, maybe you did, you just didn't make a sound. We are looking pretty fantastic now. Woo! 2 shoulders. That's what entry grade kits are definitely good for. Practicing new techniques and skills. Don't use some as base starters or for kit bashes. Testing custom paint designs. So you can see how it will look before you. Yep. That's exactly what it's meant to be for. Entry grade is basically sacrificial kits to learn your skills on before you damage your 60 quid, 400 quid perfect grade unleashed on. And I don't even know that was a proper sentence. My brain has turned to mush. Right, so we have the waistline. Oh, this looks quite complicated. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 individual pieces for the waist, or so it would seem. Right. A219, and I'm getting a bit of a sore throat. I might have to go for a cuppa shortly. You can probably hear my throat slowly starting to die on me. B-frame, A-frame. A219. Oh, excuse me, a little bit of a belch there. piece number are you? Can't find your piece number. 3. Oh, wait, actually I do need A1 3. So that'll have to come off. We'll take A1 3 off first. So that was the main one that I was focusing on. Wait, A1? A1 3. So that would be... You don't look a lot like A1 3, but maybe it's just from a different position. Oh, excuse me, 2 seconds. Hey, hello, Chris. I haven't seen you for ages. How are you doing, buddy? Hopefully you're doing good. I was just thinking about you the other day, thinking I haven't seen you for absolutely yonks. Give me 2 seconds. I need to clear my throat. Oh, yeah. Definitely learning to streamline certain little things. I've picked up small little, fairly inconsequential techniques already. Now I've got hiccups after that bloody coughing fit. Marvellous. Give me a second. Get some water doing this. Hopefully that'll clear my throat a bit. Don't know if you're familiar with GunPla by any chance, Chris. Plastic model kits based on the Gundam franchise. That is basically what I'm building right now. First ever kit, entry grade, which basically is the most basic level of kit available in the range. Go for anywhere between 10 and 20 quid for an entry grade kit. High grades, next step up, which I believe go for anywhere from 15 to 30, 40 quid. Seen a few people building them. So was that out of choice, or is it because you're actually genuinely interested in them yourself? Not to the point where you can speed build that kit in just under 10 minutes. I would struggle with that. But then I think a lot of it with being the first ever build is focusing on, am I really getting the right piece? Am I cutting it in exactly the right place? Have I snapped something off that I don't want to, and just getting the basics? It's like the ABCs of plastic model kits when you're first doing your first kit. But after a while, I can imagine just instinctively get to know, right, that's part of the sprue, that's part of the kit, don't need to snip that part off, all the rest. You like watching people being creative. Well, you're in the right place. I haven't streamed for a while, by the way, Chris. I've only streamed today, and the last time was months ago that I streamed. But I figured, you know what, something a bit different, so I would stream me putting this kit together. The A13 we were going to take off, weren't we? Were we going to do A1? No, we were going to do A219, I think I said. Did I? I can't remember. As long as I get the right pieces off, doesn't matter too much which order they come off in. Alright, where have I put me nippers? I've hidden them under my instructions. Oh, I don't know if you've seen it yet. That is the beginnings of it, Chris. See his torso there, and his arms. And the best thing with GunPla, if you've seen them before, you'll know that they're highly positionable, and I can't do it that easily with just one hand. It is pretty impressive little kits. Last time you built a spent firing glue the wing. Fantastic. I like it. How many years ago was this? Was this when you were little Mr. Croft? When you were Mr. Croft Jr.? Or was this as an adult? You know, I'm just going to double check my instructions because I think we were asked to put the head on already, and I completely neglected to put his head on. You snap into place? Yeah, I think you're going to have to snap into place because when I'm putting a little bit of pressure on... Oh, there we go. He has snapped into place. Hey, about 25 years ago. Fantastic. Looking absolutely marvellous. Like I say, very positionable. Not as much range of motion as higher grade skill level kits, but yes, that alone makes them more unique than normal plastic model kits, because obviously normal plastic model kits are just static, fixed in place for the most part. So A1, oh sorry, A219. Right, let's snip you off. Just go plonk. And if I had a pair of God hands, this would probably be a whole lot easier. And I do know that there's a separate technique for doing it where you cut half with the sprue and then cut gradually closer to the actual piece itself. But that's more of a thing, as I understand it, that's relevant for single-bladed nippers. These are only double-bladed nippers. And the science behind that, as I understand it, is that double-bladed nippers tend to crush the piece rather than slicing through it, so it leaves quite a few stress marks on the kit. If that sort of thing bothers you, you can remove the stress marks fairly easily if you know what you're doing. Thankfully, I haven't had too many of them. Don't know how well it comes up on camera, but you see, is that going to focus at this level? I don't think it is. There was a tiny bit of flash on that corner, but the light is bouncing off of it, I think. Not sure if that's the light bouncing off of it or whether that's the actual flash. You see that tiny little white bit? There's a bit on there again. See, tiny little white bit. Granted, on these ball joints it won't matter much, if at all, because these are going to be tucked away and hidden, and I don't think they're anywhere near thick enough to impede the movement of the joints. Why does that A219 piece... I was going to say, why does it look nothing like the piece that I'm holding, but it does. It's just that the image on my manual is quite pixelated. So yeah, that was one little thing that I decided that I'm going to do in future, is I'm just going to either scan or take photos of the paper instructions, because the paper's instructions seem to be much higher resolution than the online PDF versions that Bandai provides, which obviously makes things that much easier for picking out tiny little details. We want A1 free. I've got nothing on here that looks like A1 free, so I'm going to have to check my numbers. Yep, that's A1 free there. The way. Hope you're having a really good summer. Enjoying this mini heat wave that we've got here in the UK. You know, I kind of wish that they showed pictures of these parts from multiple angles, because it would make life a lot easier for some of them, identifying where the sprue ends and the part begins. But I guess a rule of thumb I just came up with in my own head there, a good rule of thumb, is cut off more than what you need and then try to fit it. If it doesn't fit, then chances are you've probably got a part of the sprue still left on the part. Right, so that looks nothing like what I've got there, unless it's meant to be that way around. Let's have a look, see if my paper manual has a clearer image of what I'm actually looking at here. So that is what we're looking at. I don't know how well that comes up on screen, but I've just got it here for my own benefit. That was definitely A1 free, wasn't it? Because that looks absolutely nothing like the part that I've got here. Was telling me that's what it should look like. No, that's definitely A1 free. I was going to say, is that what it's meant to look like once I've snapped it together? That Not too bad. Hit a tiny bit of a hurdle at the moment with a piece that looks nothing like the piece in the manual, and I've just snipped it off, but ow. Just get a bit of plastic on my elbow there. Yeah, we've got this weird little piece here, and if I show the manual, it does not seem to match up with the piece that it should be. A13, this one in the middle here. That looks absolutely nothing like the one I've got in my hand, and I forgot that I had my camera scene on here, so I can actually blink. Go on, where is it? There we go. That looks nothing like A3, does it? It's not just my imagination. 4 tools you always recommend newer builders is a pair of single blade cutters. Yep. Part separator. I neglected the part separator. Glass file set I've heard is really handy. I was advised that a glass file set is a bit expensive and maybe a bit unnecessary at first. Needle. Yeah. Pointed tweezers I was definitely thinking would be handy, because some of these parts are very difficult to hold on to at times. When I hold that way, you've got the two ball joints which look like they should be covered by something at the back of them in the image, but those ones are stuck out right at the edges, and there's a great big gaping hole in the middle of that piece, and there doesn't seem to be a hole in the middle of the diagram. So I am very confused right now. That was definitely A13 and definitely says A13. I am mega confused right now. Is it saying that that's what A13 should look like once it's got another piece attached to it? I am so confused. A219 looks correct at least. Where's my focus? I've got it upside down, I think. Or have I? It's just that the camera is flipping the image, I think. That's A13. The hole is at the top. Okay. So that would mean we are... yes, that does make more sense. Like I say, these PDF instruction manuals, online manuals, are so unclear. The resolution is terrible on them. I mean, granted, I've had to zoom it right the way in, but it doesn't make it much easier to see. I mean, if I give you the image that I've took on my phone there, well, actually, hang on. I might be able to show you that on Google. Assume that my phone's actually taking the time to upload it. How much clearer the difference is from the paper manuals compared to the online manuals. I mean, there you can see there's a very definite hole there. So much clearer on there. That makes a world of difference. I really appreciate that tip, thank you. Because otherwise I would have struggled for a while to figure that out myself just then. And of course we've got the little U shape in the middle of the part, which you can see, if I can get it on camera somewhere. You can see right about, try and get it into the correct part, just next to my finger. So yes, that makes life a whole lot easier. I am definitely using that tip for myself in the future. I am going to scan paper manuals or take photos of them rather than using the online paper manuals, PDF manuals. So now that we know that part, what we're doing with that, we are... See, so that holds together with B2. So A1 gets sandwiched between B212. B212 is, once I find my next sprue, that's an A sprue. That's my B1 and B3, nope, my B2 sprues on there. Right. Oh, I've just realised when I had done with the first sprue, we only got one part left down at the bottom there. or technically 2, depending on how you count them. Right, where is my nippers gone? I've lost my nippers. There they are. So B212, that is this piece down here. Oh, thank you for that shout out. I'm guessing that was Mr. Croft giving that shout out, because I certainly didn't do it. Part of the building sometimes is, yeah, it is really confusing, especially when the PDF manuals are really low resolution. Makes it hard to identify what parts are what. I think the biggest bit of identification trouble I had was with one of the, was it the antenna? The part that connects the antennas to the helmet. See if I can find it in here to give you a better idea of which part I was actually talking about. And assuming that you've made one of these kits recently, because I think you said that you've speed built these in the past, you'll probably recognize the parts straight away fairly easily. This one here, A215, that was a right pain in the backside to identify which way it was orientated, because it was absolutely dinky. Thank you for that shout out, by the way, Chris. Really appreciate that, man. Get back to my arms. Where are we? No one onto the legs yet. There we go. Waistline. That's where we are. Right, so we were snipping out B212. Bonk. Oh, forgot that took one side. Should focus more. That's not a ball joint on the bottom of there, is it? It's just part of the sprue. Yeah, it's just part of the sprue. Boink. Alright, just checking for any. I think maybe do with a tiny bit taking off the sides there. One of those things I sometimes question how much value there is in sanding the flashing, because to my naked eye, you can't see it, but you can feel it. And when it's up on a shelf or a display case or something, you're probably not going to see it either, unless you've got a bloody magnifying glass or something in front of your face. So is it really worth taking it off? Or is it more purely for the satisfaction of knowing, hey, nobody can see that it's not got any flashing on there, but I know that it's being removed. And when you come to hand it, if you're positioning it, you don't go, oh, tiny little bit of plastic there that didn't take off. Right, so that's you quite satisfyingly done. Peg. Actually, I'll put that back in the full camera, because that'll be a bit easier to see what I'm doing. Granted, it's not a macro camera. Yeah, and having bigger fingers definitely, yeah, it definitely does. That's why I could have done with tweezers. I mean, I don't know if it comes across that well, but I kind of have absolutely enormous hands. I'm just looking for something fairly commonplace for a point of reference to show you just how enormous my hands are. Right, that right there, AAA battery. My hand, compared to a AAA battery the size, I have pretty enormous fingers. That AAA battery is about 1.5 my finger joints. I have enormous hands. Don't know how well that comes across on camera, but yeah, people always say I've got shovels for hands, and they're quite chunky and chubby fingers as well, so it makes things a little bit more difficult. B2, that was you. A1 was you, and we said the whole faces up over. That looks correct. So those slot in like that, it seems. And then A2 has the little heart facing up over, and like the peg goes in there. Oh, and there's a little yellow heart piece on the end peg. just snap together like so. Perfect. Loving it. Loving it, loving it, loving it. I'm loving it like this. DJ Melody Jacques AP. A nut to make you rock. B213. Wait, did I not? No, that was B212 I was looking at. B213 is the inverse of B212. B212? B12. B1, B2, B213. Yep. Snippity snip. Right, that's you off the sprue. Tiny bit of flashing at the sides. Smallest part yet upon onto a kit was a skull motif on a real grade crossbone Gundam. And the part is smaller than the ball on the end of a hand. Oh my days. That sounds absolutely horrendous. I had to use tweezers to hold it, and oh bloody hell, that sounds a nightmare. I can't begin to imagine dealing with parts that tiny. That seems to be quite nice there. A bit of flashing there. Right. One thing that I was surprised about, looking into GunPla and been getting into the Gundam anime in general recently, I think I mentioned that I've already watched the first series, 0079, and I'm about 6 episodes into Gundam Zeta, is that there's actually an anime based purely on people actually making Gunpla kits. It's like, what? I know anime can be pretty crazy at times, and some of the ideas that they come up with, but an anime purely about making Gunpla kits? Oh my days. I've just spotted where... Actually, I'm not sure if that's part of the sprue or if that was the part that I chonked off on the gem earlier. See there? At the very top A1, you see that little bit sticking out? I think that might have been the part of the gem that I might have chonked off by mistake and error. I'm not too sure. Maybe if I was feeling really fancy, I could snip it off and try to glue back together. I don't think I've got the skill for that kind of manoeuvre, though. And we're nearly done with the sprue. It's going to be completely empty once I clip off these next 2 pieces. I get the feeling these ones are going to ping halfway across the room unless I hold on to them. I'm feeling that much resistance when the clippers are going through them. That's one. And, oh, careful, don't want to cut the corner off the piece, catching it slightly with the edge of my nippers. That's that one, and it right? Yes. Come on, drop off my finger. Sometimes you squeeze tweezers so tight the very small part flies. There's only one minor horror story that I had when I was clipping the parts off earlier. I can't remember what the specific part was, but it pinged off, shot halfway across the room almost, bounced off my monitor and straight back onto my cutting mount. So thankfully my second monitor saved the day, otherwise it would have been lost to time and I would have been, crap, I've got an incomplete GunPla. I think I might, if I get into the hobby more deeply, which I can definitely see happening, make a bit of a shielded space with giant cardboard walls or something either side of me, so that if anything does go flying off, chances are I'll land back on the mat rather than halfway across the room in amongst all my other random bits of junk. Those squares have come off really quite smoothly, it seems. Now, where do you go? You go onto there. Now, the trouble is, with them being pretty much perfect squares, I don't know if it's going to complain if I put them the wrong way or not. I don't suppose it should. Because I don't think they're slightly oddly shaped squares. They seem to be perfect squares. Right. Next piece complete. Or building zero gravity. That would be good. Woo, dink. Woo. That would be amazing. B1. Wait. So what are we doing with the part that we just assembled? It's telling me to just go on to... Oh, wait, hang on. Am I skipping a step? Oh, yes, I am skipping a step. I'm just going crazy. I don't know how to read diagrams properly just yet. Right, so... Looks like this piece here gets reversed. And then there's a little U-shaped bend that's hard to make out just above the circle. I believe that slots into there, I think. Yep, that looks correct. If I can get onto camera, the other side of the skirting. Not doing a great job of rotating it, but I think you get the general idea of what I believe it's meant to look like. I'm surprised that just sits in there though, rather than snapping in a bit more securely. I hope I've got that correct. Let's get reference off the box. Yes. So the next part, B1 111, looks like it's going to be his cup, his sports cup. It's going to be his manhood. You've had that happen to you. One thing you learn to do if the size allows it. But when you get a clips for painting in the part that's not a bad idea actually. I might consider that going forwards. I just try to find a way on the sprue where I can hold the piece up while I'm snipping it at the same time. But yes, we've got our first complete sprue. There's nothing left on that sprue. Woo! I'll put you at the bottom of the box, seeing as you're unneeded now. Until 3 steps later when he goes, oh my god, there was a tiny little microscopic piece that I didn't see left on the sprue. B1 11. Right, that's that section. And that one. And try to get this cleanly. There we go. I take a tiny bit of that flashing off the top there. Yep, that seems to have done the job. Chob? What the hell's a chob? Answers on the back of the postcard, please. What is a chob? Because it's certainly not a job. Alright, I think you're ready to go on. The little U-shaped bit. Which way are we looking here? Goes over the red bit, I believe. Yes, that looks to be correct. So, oh, there's even a little peg to hold this one in place. It's not just a snap fit. This one's a peg, and I've had it upside down. I think that is. Ah, I see a little angled U-shaped cut, but I don't see a peg. on the groin, but it looks like it would actually slot into. But obviously, I know the position of the groin is more or less correct because the hole is there to expose the little arrow, the little heart. Oh, I see what the U-shape's for. It's for the little spindle just behind the yellow piece. That's what it's for, to allow the spindle to move. Well, not necessarily to move, but to pass through freely. I'm making an absolute butcher's job of explaining this, aren't I? There we go. Woo! Fantastic. I think I've got my camera cropped because I'm pointing this piece directly at the camera, but see, it feels like it's off center. Right, so next step, and I might wrap it up soon, is we've still got 2 sprues to go. Although saying that these, oh no, actually, no, 2 sprues, a shield, and feet to go. Where were we? B1. So we've done the waist. So the next part is the legs, which looks fairly straightforward, but my lord, there's a lot of pieces to the legs. See there, number 6. It's upside down for you guys because I think my camera is flipped. There's quite a few pieces in there. So this is, let me see, it's a mixture of A frame and B frame. But we're assembling the feet first. So that would be B3 and B4 and an A425, but I don't see where the A425 is. Well, obviously I don't because I'm looking at the manual at the minute, but I don't see it would fit into the sprue as is what I'm trying to say. B3 is the top half of the foot, B4 is the bottom half of the foot. But what the hell is it A4? B2, so it's not U because we're looking for B3 and 4. B3 and B4. I'm looking for 19, which I believe is the 2 feet at the bottom. Yep, that's the 2 feet at the bottom, so that's the 19s. A4, you're my A sprue. Hey, brand new sprue. Haven't taken any off this yet. A425. I'm assuming it's the huge feet plates. Where the hell have I put my phone? Let's see, 20. Camera, can you please focus? You are focusing worse than my own eyes are focusing right now, phone camera. I think that's 25. Yes, those are the 25s. So I'll put my phone over there for a moment. Oh, right. I see the confusion now. B3 and B4 19s are identical pieces for all on 2 separate sprues. It's 2 separate halves of 1 sprue. I see what's going on now. Confusion cleared. Was B3 and 4 19. That's these 2, I believe. Snip. ball joint on the back, is it? I don't see there would be ball joint, but I'm getting slightly paranoid now. I don't think it is. Right. Left foot goes to the left side of the mat. Right foot goes... Why are you still attached to the sprue? Ah! Dropped on the floor. Thankfully it's a huge piece, so I haven't lost it. Right foot goes to the right side. Foot goes back. That came off quite cleanly. No flashing to be removed there. There's a little bit on the back of his heel, on the right heel though. Take that off. Seems to have done the trick. Right. So what was next? That was the B3 and B4 19s. We need the A4 25s. These ones aren't positioned left to right on the sprue, so I guess they're basically symmetrical. Otherwise, I don't know which one would be left and which one would be right, seeing as they're positioned top to bottom rather than left to right. Hopefully he hasn't got two left feet. Or I'm going to put the right foot on the left leg. I don't know if that's even possible with this kit. I wouldn't suppose so, but these are the things we learn as we go. Right. That's quite good. Tiny bit of flashing at the back there. Oh, hello, Lord Bulb the Builder. Do it then, you made your first custom. I love it. Well, technically, if you count battle damage as custom, I've already made my first custom. I accidentally took a huge gouge out of his helmet gem. Let's see, where did I put it? Gameplay scene. How are you doing, by the way? Hopefully you're doing good. Let me see, where's my other photos? There you go. A lovely horror image for you, seeing as you sound like an experienced GunPla user. Look at that. It makes me cringe looking back on it. I can't believe I made such a big mistake, although I guess some people would maybe call it a minor mistake. I don't know whether that would be considered a huge mistake or a minor mistake from more experienced GunPla builders. And yeah, when you look at that, it looks pretty big to me, but yeah, it's ouch. By the sound of things, you two must be from a similar GunPla community. Fixable with some red runner flag. Oh, is that a type of solvent or something, I'm assuming? A bit of flash on that corner. I don't understand these words that you are saying. Red runner flag. Please explain. Right, that's them feet quite nice and smooth. Little part of the runner that has the letter on it. Oh! Okay. Not sure how I would go about that. That sounds like a fairly advanced technique. There's enough plastic to cut apart. Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah. Technically, I don't know if I shaved it off. I say shaved it off. I used my nippers when I tried to take off some flashing, or whether the extra part, is still on the frame. It's a little bit hard to judge, but maybe you can give your own assessment. Right there, just at A2. Do you think that's been part of the part, or do you think that's just been part of the sprue that I have correctly left on? If it was part of the sprue, where's it gone? It's disappeared. There it is. You can't really see it that well from that angle. There you go. You can see it a bit better there. Let me see. Feet. So B3 and B419 just plug straight into my A25s. Let me see, where's my manual gone? My digital copy, which is really low res. First build you would never touch no matter what happens. Yeah, I can understand. I would totally be in agreement with that. Excuse me. Right, so B3, 419 just goes straight in, and then we'll get A3 and A4, 24 off, and put the ankle joints in. Should be straightforward. Benchmark of the start and a comparison of the journey. Yes, indeed. It's something to look back on. It is a learning experience. And I think the biggest learning experience that has taught me, that I'm going to carry forward, is that I need bloody magnifiers so that I can see more clearly where the sprue ends and the part begins. Right, there you go. You've got your slippers. There we go. Oh, I'm going to see if I can flip my camera angle, because I'm sure that is positioned incorrectly. Apparently, I can't adjust my camera effects while OBS is running. Oh well, never mind. Right, so what are we looking at next? A3, 24 and 20, A4, 24. That is A4. I don't see A4, 24. I don't see anything. Oh wait, that's why I don't see anything that looks like, because it's molded in a different colour. It is indeed an AJ Gramps. It's an entry grade RX-78-2. Just started getting into the anime a couple of weeks ago, and I've watched through the entirety of 079, and I figured, you know what, start with the most iconic build in the series. Might decide on sticking to only mobile suits from the series that I've seen, but I'm not sure, because I've been told that the aerial from Witch is quite good. I've been tempted by Zaku, maybe getting Char's Zaku at some point. And I hear the Barbatos, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, is meant to be quite a good build. I believe he's from Gundam Wing. I'm sure you guys already know, and will tell me straight away if I'm right or wrong. That's 24. Were we looking for 24? We were looking for 24. 24 and 7, Alright, so let's see you two in the dead center. You're a spoiler at the end of the build, you will have a robot. Oh my god, I thought I was building a helicopter. Fuck! Did I buy the wrong kit? I thought I was building a helicopter. God damn it! Right. That is the right part there, isn't it? Yes, it is, yes. I don't know why I double checked that visually, even though I already checked the sprue numbers. Boink. I've really got to stop holding back to my chest like I'm doing. Because you guys can't see what I'm doing. Kind of defeats the purpose of streaming it if you can't see what I'm doing. Right, that's those two pieces off. Looks like these are going to be quite hidden internally, so I don't think the flashing matters too much here. Although there's a huge chunk of it on the ball joint on that one. That one isn't too bad. Better. That's one thing that I haven't quite learned or figured out yet, is when it's best to remove the flashing and when to just leave it alone, because obviously internal parts you're not going to see are purely mechanical, so you don't really need to remove the flashing on those pieces. But then there's certain other pieces where it's like, yeah, there's some there, but I'd only ever see it under a microscope if I really got up close and really examined it, really scrutinise it. So it's like, should I leave it on? I know it'll be there, and that might just drive me a little bit crazy, knowing that it's not as smooth as it could be. But in the grand scheme of things, does it really matter to the overall build? And at the end of Gundam, there's a big robot fight. There's the nubs flashing is when the plastic squeezes out between the halves of the mold. Oh, so I might be using that term incorrectly then. I guess I'm probably referring to stress marks. I don't know if it'll come up that clearly on camera, because this camera isn't very good for focusing on small parts, but you can see the little dot there. You can't really see the colorization of it because of the focus, but I think that is a little bit of stress mark right there. Right, my throat is dying. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Need to clear my throat and get a drink. Fingernail and ribbit hard, do you say? Rubbing away, rubbing. Well, actually does seem to be fairly effective, more effective than I thought it would have been. That really is quite an effective technique. I don't know if it shows up that clearly now for the difference. Probably doesn't show up that well, being a bit of a rubbish camera for macro stuff. But I think the difference is quite visible. Maybe not to the camera, but to my eyes, it seems to be quite a noticeable difference. So that's quite a good tip, that, actually. Thank you for that. I've just tried the same on another bit of flashing on the other piece, and that came off really, really easy. Now I'm going to go through my entire bloody well set of parts that I've put together and see if I can do the same on the other bits, where I can spot any leftover bits of flashing or stress, whichever it's referred to as. It shows us white for the same reason clouds or foam, like bounces around in the air gaps, turning light white. Yeah, that would make sense. That makes sense, yeah. My eye compression will lessen the effect. Now, you see, ever since you've taught me that, I'm looking at all of my other pieces, seeing if there's any other parts that I can improve with that little fingernail technique. It's probably a little bit, well, I say a little bit, a lot safer than doing it with sanding. Because, of course, the is it keratin in your fingernails are made of? Is probably a lot less brutal on the parts than a sandpaper stick, or if you're crazy enough to use metal files. By the sounds of things, you're quite an experienced builder, Bob the Builder. Right, so A3 and A4, we've got them snipped off, we've got them smoothed down, and the bigger of the two balls goes into the shoe, and the smaller one is used to attach what I'm going to call the buckle. 16! Whoa, bloody hell! So, quite a long time to say the least then. Wow, I am pretty impressed by that. There is one shoe complete. And I do love when you get parts like this where it's just such a nice satisfying snap, satisfying click when it pops into place. Not all the parts do that, but I do love when you get a nice click. Lovely. 2 shoes complete. B3 and B420 is the, as I'm calling them, buckles. I'm sure they've all got their proper names, which people will call them by. I don't know for certain, but I'm tempted to say that there will be, and I don't know them all. The only very specific parts that I know from the anime is, of course, your good old-fashioned beam sabers and the cameras, which is obviously where the eyes are going. And then I can't tell you any other specific named pieces. That is 20 and 20. That's the 2 buckles. This is a bit awkward to get me nippers in for these, but we'll find a way. Life finds a way. It always does. Right, why are you still attached? Oh, you've got a lot of attachment points. Not really. The eyes are the sensors. The cam is above the V fin, back of the head, and on the gun. One thing that really did confuse me when I've been looking at it, because it's, as far as I've noticed, and maybe this is just the bad 1979 animation quality, is in the anime, on the V-fins, you get those tiny little nodules, bumpy bits at the end. Are those actually meant to be there? I know it sounds like a ridiculous question, because I see them on a lot of builds, but I don't see them on the anime, which makes me question, are those actual parts? Or are they something that should have been snipped off? Well, okay. I thought I still had one more attachment point on that. Apparently not. Ooh, and I nearly sent my sprue box flying. Just head-butted my sprue box. Safety flags are a needed feature to ensure full injection. So I'm guessing you can safely remove them then afterwards. Or was that a bit of a sacrilegious thing to say to an experienced GunPla builder? Not part of the design, just manufacturing. So it's probably better to take them off then, or is it more... I mean, what I'm trying to say is, does the GunPla community find it acceptable to take them off, or is it more a case of just take it if you want to? Up to you, yep. 80% don't. What's your personal preference? Do you take them off, or do you leave them on? And don't worry, it won't influence me. I'm just curious to try and get an idea of where the community stands. On 144 leave on, 100 sand down. I'm not sure what size the entry grade is. I think it's 144 off the top of my head, 144. So you would leave them on in this case. I'm guessing it's down to how delicate the V-fin is for snapping it is the reason why you leave it on, I'm assuming. I'm 144. Yeah, that's right, yes. Had to check the box to double check that. It's more that's that. Ah, right, that would make sense, yes, of course. Right, that's that taken off. Where is my other half? Left side. My throat is absolute dying. I might have to stop before too long and get myself a cup of how far through am I? I've still got a load of the legs to finish off. Well, I don't suppose I have to do it all in one sitting. I think I might just finish off the feet and then I might call it a stream, to be honest, because my throat is killing me. You can probably hear it in my voice. And I have been going quite a long time as well. Bum, 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 bum. This is a really awkward corner to get me nippers into. In the community, we don't ever tell people how to build, just how you do it. There's no right way. So I guess in that regards, it's a fairly forgiving community. It's not so much an elitist community where it's like, oh my god, you did it wrong. Why the hell did you take the fins off? And the safety fins off and all that kind of gubbins. It's just get on with it and do it. I'm doing that thing of holding to my chest again instead of letting you guys see me buggering things up. GunPla is freedom. I do vaguely remember hearing something along those lines as well on a slightly unrelated note, is that Gundam was meant to be a combination of... I forget what the first part was, I can't remember what that was, but the other part, dam, free dam, Gundam, and it was something along that. It was a combination of two words, very much like GunPla is short for Gundam, Plamo, plastic model kits. Oh my god, my throat is so dry, and I've got bloody water here, but it is not helping. It is. It is. The water is helping, or the Gundam term being a two-word combination is. Okay, that's looking quite decent. Still need to get the front smoothed out a little bit to my satisfaction. Call them scale model. Yeah, I guess that would probably be the more Western term for them. Plamo is very much the Japanese term, as I understand it. It's not just applied for GunPla, it's just a very generic term for any kind of plastic model kit in Japan. Plamo. Right, that seems quite good there. Removed a lot of that flashing. Oh, did I miss some? Oh, right. Let's see. Plamo is the generic term for snap fit type model, different from glued kits. I did not know that. I thought Plamo was just for any type of plastic model kits. I mean, originally I thought it was for any type of the scale model kits, tanks, helicopters, whatever, boats, were just scale model kits. But then the whole Plamo business corrupted my thinking slightly, apparently, and made me think, is that how all plastic model kits are referred to, or it's just purely a snap fit thing for Plamo? Got ya. Now, these buckles, I'm assuming they can go two ways. It looks slightly more of the ball exposed on one side than the other, but I don't suppose that matters too much. But I'm still going to look at my instructions and see if it's any clearer. I mean, I'm probably overthinking it, being a beginner, but maybe I'm not. Where have I put my phone? Nope, it seems like they can go either way, judging by Plamo snap fit scale model glue. That would sound about right. Oh yeah, I hate it when people call call a glue kit Airfix. Airfix is a brand, not a bloody generic thing. It's like the way that people call any kind of vacuum cleaner a Hoover. No, a Hoover is the brand name, not something else entirely. I can't decide whether there's a right way to put these buckles on or not. So I'm just going to go for it. Although it would be an idea if I try and get the same fit on both sides. Because as I say, one side seems to have more space than the other. Is that going to obscure? Oh, does that not rotate that piece? I guess it doesn't. I guess it just holds in place. Oh no, it does actually rotate a little bit. As it rotates with the ankle joint. Oh bloody hell! It actually, is that meant to rotate like that? That doesn't. Okay, that's curious. Is it meant to be able to rotate? Hang on. How did I do it before? Left and right like that, where it's twisted. Or have I fitted something wrong? Because I mean, in a real human, I guess, yes, your ankle joint can move a little bit independently of your foot. But I don't know if it should be the case in Gundams. Yes, Plamo is addictive as fuck, so I have heard. Plastic crack. Where's my other foot gone? Did I put the... I'm beginning to wonder whether I should have put this side with slightly more space facing the bottom so that you've got a little bit more range of movement without it without hitting the foot too much. Well, I've put them one way on one foot. I'm going to put it the same way on the other foot. Otherwise, it's going to have to have one in one position and the other in a completely different position. Wait. Why does that not seem to be going on straight? Is it just my imagination, or are they meant to be? Okay, I'm beginning to think that these aren't on straight. They have to go the other way around. Doesn't look straight, it looks slightly off center. Flip the other way and see if that makes... Now it looks off center in the other direction. I think I preferred it the original way, because then there was sort of bowed inwards, which to my thinking is more how natural position legs would be, bowing more inwards rather than outwards. The rounder part goes on top, so the part where the flat isn't as flush with the wheel goes to the bottom. I don't know if it's that easy to tell. Where I've got there, you can see there's a bit more wheel exposed at the top than what is at the bottom. That's what I suspected was the way that went. So I'm glad that I successfully guessed that correctly. Right, legs are next. How long have I been going? 4 hours times that 20. I think I'm going to call that a stream for now, and I'll come back to the build maybe tomorrow or sometime later in the week. It is by the instructions. It's hard to tell with the low resolution it's got on there. Yes, actually it is looking more or less... Oh, actually, is that the clue there that I'm... Because, hang on, can I get this on camera easily? Doesn't really show up that well on the low-res PDF version. No, it's not going to show up that well there. Hang on, I'll take a picture of it with my phone, and hopefully it won't take half an hour to upload to Google Photos, and then I can try and explain what I'm talking about there. Photos. Go to Google Chrome. Has it been uploaded? Not yet. Not yet. Come on, Google Photos, upload me bloody picture to the cloud already so that I can show it off. Nope, it's not going to upload anytime soon, is it? Photos. See if I refresh it. Refreshed it a couple of times and it's still not appearing. Can you please, so I can show it on my bloody monitor instead of just on my phone? Okay, so I'll do it on my phone. It might be a bit awkward to get into focus. But the little angled line there, I'm guessing that is the clue for your orientation, the way that the line on the wheel is facing. Because I couldn't really see that clearly on the PDF manual. I mean, there it is. But yeah, when you look at it, when it's actually being placed onto the shoe, it's not quite as clear. But I think that's correct. So tempted to continue, but I've been going for quite a long time today, and I really need to get some food and other stuff inside me. So maybe we'll do the second half of this tomorrow. But for now, I definitely need to take a break after I put my blade away safely. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for all the tips with the building. Thank you for hanging around and watching a bit of a newbie make probably loads of mistakes that internally you're screaming out going, oh my god, what is he doing? Even if you don't say it out loud. I appreciate you not saying it out loud because, well, otherwise I would be part of the hobby, wouldn't I? But that's the way the things go. Anyway, I'm going to call our stream here so we don't make mistakes. We make happy little accidents, as Mr. Bob Ross would say. But yes, I did make a huge happy little accident on his helmet gem, which will stay with me for the rest of my GunPla building career. Only Battle Dungeon if you really mucked up. That's a great way of looking at it, yes. Right. Actually, hang on. I'll see how many do we have in here. Is it worth reading out or not? Probably not, because I don't think there's that many of yous in here. Let's see. Nope, just the one, yes, according to this. Well, thank you for being here anyways, and thank you to everybody else who was here earlier in the stream. Thank you for all the little tips and being gentle with me. And if you enjoyed it, I'll be continuing the build tomorrow most likely. So drop by then. Drop me a follow if you want to see when I'm next live, because if I'm not live tomorrow, you'll not have a clue when I'm next live, will you? But you don't have to if you don't want to. But there you go. Thank you for being here, and I shall see you all later.